Right. Back over to regular OBS. Since I do quite enjoy my streaming software, as much as I do complain about OBS, it does more or less take all of the abuse I can hurl at it. I really cannot complain considering how much I have abused OBS to do what I want it to do. We really need those two wiring looms though. Another hill! Why? Why is there another hill? Oh my word, I don't want to have to climb up that. Locate your starship, use the compass. I mean... Exploration guide, flora documented, minerals analyzed, and creatures discovered. That's 77R6, gamma intensive planet. Interesting. Well, I suppose the question is... Oh my lord, oh my lord. Why am I not going sideways, game? The question of the day is, does OBS now run as good as Twitch Studio, or was it running worse?
Radiation protection falling.
Copper, nice. Finally. Oh.
Technology recharge.
Maybe we make a bit more of pure ferrite. Alright, what is this? 2 vortex cubes, what do they do? Trading, 5,800 each. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I really had to pick something to get rid of. 5,000 for a trade item seems kind of bad. 20 carbon left.
Technology recharge.
Please, just keep your distance. Go over there. Right there. I don't know why you insist. I don't want silica gel. I don't know why you insist on following me around like a lost puppy. You're your own creature. Copper deposit's not even here. I don't know what that was about.
Radiation protection falling.
Do we really need... What happens if we put the gel in?
Protection stabilizing.
That does not turn into anything? That's a one-way trip, apparently. Magnetized ferret. That's right. Ferret's a one-way trip, isn't it? Copper. Good. We're picking up copper. Would you be quiet? Please. Please. That's great. Can I put like a 60-second timer on the same message ever saying it again? I know. I don't care. I want copper. Oh my word. Why is there not a timer on that message repeating? There should be a timer on that. What? It's not storing at all. Okay, okay, no, it's restoring.
Radiation protection falling.
Awkward situation actually now. I guess these are going. I really don't think there's any, like, unless we just get rid of the creature pellets? There you go, little guy. I got like, yeah, 258 chromatic metal isn't bad. I do not know why the animals insist on being this close. And also, why is this not actually working? Why is it not working? Can you leave, please? Is it only like... I don't get it. Restore doesn't seem to... Like, it picks and chooses when it works. It's weird. What is that? Why aren't you doing anything? I don't understand. Create.
Radiation protection falling.
Just create. Just... Okay. That's interesting. Let's restore. I really don't get restore. Why is restore taking a... I don't get it. Does it not restore any of the copper? Of course the dinosaur keeps getting in the way. Please leave me alone. Go somewhere else. Why do game devs insist on making animals follow you around 3 feet from where you're constantly standing? I will never know. Like, at least when games like Fallout do it, you know it's because they just want to show off the dog. Linear story games like Call of Duty have the strength of being able to just... It's not what I want. Linear games like Call of Duty have the strength of being able to have like a set piece where they can show off the dog in a special way. Games like Fallout. I really loathe this. This is disgusting. Whatever this system of terrain manipulation is. Why does restore not? I swear. Now leave. Leave. it does seem to just be that it doesn't actually want to restore anything from the copper node, which is dumb.
Radiation damage detected.
Why would it not restore the copper node? It's a hole in the ground. Restore should bring back the terrain to what it was before. It's just silly.
Technology recharging.
Right, that's a purchase thing. That's fine. See? What's that distance is fine. Scouting ahead should just be the default distance. Don't get it. I hate how that marker makes it look like it's right there, but I know it's not. Jump over the block? Don't need to. Cool. How is it running in OBS, by the way? Oh, you actually know something I need to change? I think I left the scuff thingy button disabled because you can't click that in Twitch Studio. So maybe I need to re-enable scuff thingy button. The buildings. You know what? We have the monster. Maybe we should use him since he can step over a lot of the stuff that my character auto runs into. Right. See, the creature just turned. I don't like that. Why are you turning? We need to go this way. Stuff thingy button is still enabled. Okay, well, there you go.
Radiation protection falling. Life support offline. Technology recharge.
would be so nice to actually see that arrive in 2 hours, drop down to 1. I know I've made detours and stopped a fair bit, but we've been at this for almost 3. I'm an hour behind schedule. Or that number is misleading. Ooh, crushed freighter. Can I chromatic metal? I mean, I can hold it. Probably is. I'm mining the chrome. I need the chrome to go into that spot, so I need something else that can actually be filtered. Maybe we just put the pure ferrite through. No harm. This again? A ton more copper now.
Technology recharge.
Hey, I have my advanced mining laser now. Do I have a spring slot? I do actually. Oh, I don't. Right. That's... I have to go, what how do I scan that? Okay. I need the wiring module, don't I?
Radiation protection falling.
How is it running? Since we switched back to OBS, I'm actually not sure how it's handling. was Twitch Studio before, and apparently it was actually running okay. But I don't know what OBS is doing, like... Because OBS definitely keeps chugging along, and it's not very happy. We'll see. I have VSync on either. And the thing that I noticed with VSync the other day, yeah, VSync is off. Thing I noticed the other day was that if I had VSync off, or rather if I had VSync on, the game would run fine on my end, but suck in the stream. If I had VSync off, the game would run worse on my end, but I would get a representation of what the stream sees on my screen. It didn't run any better or worse on the stream, to my knowledge, but it let me see at least when the game was physically chugging along, so if that's still the case, I'm hoping it's running pretty smooth, because it seems to be on my end. I might even actually... oh.
Radiation damage detected.
I might even actually just hard set it to 30 FPS. I mean, when you think about it, right? It's like, oh, you could shun... like, oh, 30 FPS, ha 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 hee hee hoo ha. But,
Damage detected.
the stream's running at like 15 or 20. Might as well turn it down to 30, since that's what I'm capturing at anyway. That is my bare minimum, though.
Technology recharge.
If it's below 30, that's when I'm starting to have complaints. So if I can meet in the middle, get the stream running at 30 and get my game running at 30, sounds like a win-win. There's like 2 other plants that I haven't found yet. They must be in the caves. There's one. Well, do you think that's all of the flowers you can pick up? The blue, yellow, and we've just got the red. I didn't realize they could be scanned. The rest of this place.
Storm clearing.
There's a bridge over there. Looks like I can actually access it. Wow, it might actually be the plants that I've been eating.
Units received.
No. MS Tatori's Pride. Interesting. Did the distress signal draw them here and get them murdered? portal arrive in 1 hour? We still have... I don't have any carbon left either.
Technology repaired.
A warp cell?
Radiation leak detected.
You okay? Okay.
Radiation leak detected. Radiation protection falling.
Another room with the same thing.
Technology repaired. Radiation leak detected.
It's definitely those things causing it then. It's a ways away. It's right here. Okay. Is there meant to be a way in? Pet? Oh. How do I enter that? Antimatter housing and antimatter... Right, that's the warp fuel, actually. We have everything to travel to a different star system except the actual ship. Let me run uranium into ferrite. No, wait, uranium is super important. This one, uranium.
Inventory full.
Right. Silver is going because we haven't collected any since we picked that up. It's antimatter housing.
Radiation protection falling.
So I suppose 1 antimatter and we can make that. What do you need to make antimatter though? And also we can't because we don't have the storage. We've done it! It says an hour left. It means only 2 hours left to go. At the rate we've been walking in a straight line, maybe 3. I have realized as well that this is a person's house we're walking to.
Free slots inserted. Life support power low.
This is pretty chill and cruisy though. All of the weird upgrades that this character gets for the expedition make the initial survival part super easy. Comparatively super easy. You're still stuck with no resources and have to start from scratch, but it is so much nicer to just be able to pick up an infinity stack of ferrite. I mean, maybe you can do that. Maybe I've just not collected enough ferrite in my survival and permadeath runs. But this character and this loadout feels so much more forgiving than what I'm used to. Maybe it's pure placebo. Maybe it's just without the threat of imminent death with a minor mistake. Maybe that's all that's required for me to
Inventory full.
feel like I'm doing better. I wasn't actually planning to stream this morning, but once I'd committed to this, I was about an hour into the walk when I started streaming before too. We must be like 2-3 hours into this at the moment. But I hadn't really planned on streaming. I was sort of messing around, just seeing if Twitch Studio could actually work properly. think in a pleasant turn of events, we've just got the game running better and capture software being more pleasant with it. Which is nice.
Radiation protection falling. Suit power cells completed.
Yeah, not having planned to stream and only running on 4 hours sleep at the moment. I'm in a position where I think once we get to the... I've said this, and last night this was the bane of my existence, was repeatedly going, once I meet this objective, then we'll log off. And I just never met the objective. Not once did I ever get to a space station in my solo save. So, while I would like to say the same thing, it's at least still an hour away. That's assuming we don't die, because I have no idea what happens when you die in a non-survival version of the game. I mean, I guess expeditions are survival difficulty, but I mean, with more specifically with permadeath, when you die in a permadeath, you're just done. You don't come back. Start brand new game. So curious if I die. You know, well, if I die and go all the way back to the ship, do I even keep all of my gear? Oh, word. Yawns like that.
Units receive radiation protection.
This is dumb. This is so dumb. Every time you reach the peak of a hill, you just find another entire valley and another hill you have to climb to even get close to your destination. These planets are so massive. I absolutely love. This is the first time I've really ever got a hands-on experience with the scope of magnitude of the size of this game. Physically. Because when you're up in those spaceships, you just zip over to that planet within the space of a couple of seconds. And yeah, when you're in a video game, you don't exactly want to spend minutes, hours, and days traveling between star systems. And yet, even popular well, you know, not so bad in a movie, I suppose, but even popular franchises like Star Wars, originally, not recently, but in the original trilogy, even saga, light speed travel took time. I'm not entirely certain how,
Radiation protection. Fine.
you have story-driven games, right, that treat it, well, I mean, I'm drawing directly from games like Mass Effect here, that treat light-speed travel as something you gloss over because you have a giant space gun that shoots your ship to the other side of the universe. At least the galaxy. But, I forget, what was the lost civilization called? Well, I mean, without going into too many spoilers, the technology was placed there with a purpose, and when civilizations discover the technology and use these systems and tools that were left behind by previous civilizations, sure, you gain the ability of light-speed travel, but that's a different topic entirely. What am I saying? As much as I like the lore behind what was the game called? Mass Effect?
Radiation damage detected.
The point was that they glossed over it. In Star Wars, it's sort of mentioned, I won't say in passing. It's definitely, it's forefront enough in the story that it is part of the story to solidify it as a mechanic of that universe. Light-speed travel still takes time. This would probably be, to get to my point I was trying to get to, this would probably be the first spacefaring game where if you wanted to actually just cruise speed towards that planet, it might take 3 actual weeks.
Technology recharge.
The scope of the game is beyond comprehension because they just let you skip it at the press of a button, if you so desire. It's taken us almost 4 hours at this point, and we're not even at our destination. And if we get there, and we get to some kind of space station in this system, even if we can buy someone else's ship with our 400,000 credits or whatever we'll end up with, even if all of those things work out, 5 hours effort is gonna feel... Sure, the payoff will be nice to have completed the journey. But once we're there, and once we portal to the other star system, wherever it may be, then it'll take us not only 1% of the time. Like, if we get that ship, we'll be back here within a minute. We'll be at the wherever we want to be on this planet. It will take less than a minute from acquiring a ship. That is fascinating, that you can skip so much physical space, distance-wise space. And all these planets have regions too. It makes me wonder, how long does it take to actually discover every region on a planet? Even if you're taking a ship from region to region and not walking it on foot. Maybe you can pick a tiny system like a moon. I know there's a moon up... Oh, apparently there's 2 moons up there. Interesting. 2 moons up there. So even if you pick a moon, what's the time frame for walking from one point of the planet to the opposite end and back again? Having done this, there's like a morbid curiosity part of me. This is my problem, is like every time I get curious about game mechanics, it more or less just boils down into standing still or doing menial labor or boring tasks for hours on end. I mean, I did this all with Valheim. I was like, oh, it wouldn't be cool to know how long you can have a building, you know, basically. Kind of stole Octo's anti-grav tech, but
Incoming storm.
we sat there and we timed it. We just knocked out all the supports and we wanted to know how close we were to actual genuine anti-gravity. Turns out, 17 hours until complete collapse of the end-to-end structure. Then we did the same thing again with a more standardized approach, using a 3x3 platform instead of end-to-end at build limit. Look at him go! How come we can't get them to do that when we tame them?
Radiation protection falling.
But... yeah. I have a nasty habit of being interested in time-consuming, menial, boring things. Perhaps it half stems from the fact that I've spent most of my time... not most... I have a big... I drive in circles a lot. I play racing games. Driving in circles on the same track for hours and hours and hours on end. Maybe you build up a bit of a resistance to having to do that in other games. Not literally driving in circles, but more so... just... doing the same thing for stupid long amounts of time. With an almost immunity to being bored simply because the payoff will be completion. I mean, going back to Valheim again, one of the other things we have yet to test is the serpent spawn. And I will admit, the reason I put the serpent spawn test off for so long has been because I don't think that will be measurable within hours. I think that could be something where to get a decent number we can average out, you'd be looking at another 24-hour stream. If that's the case, and we end up with a 24-hour stream, then you have the immediate problem of who's going to regulate the data. Because you either... there's a couple of ideas I have in mind, right? If it ends up being a 30-hour stream to get enough data to measure a serpent spawn in Valheim, then my immediate thought is, if I have to go to sleep, eat, drink, all those things humans have to do, who regulates the data when I'm not there?
Storm clearing.
Not only that, you have the, well, I suppose God mode without ghost enabled would be the solution to things killing me, but you then have the interesting dilemma of someone in chat has to do the same thing. You know, if someone else is like, oh yeah, I'll hold the fort, I'll measure the numbers, and they genuinely have the patience to sit there and count how many serpents and what time it took. If they head off, someone else has to take the torch. Of course, plan B was something I think I'd probably have to do just to sort of almost peer review the results, even if someone else did help out. Plan B is that you would do it in 2 parts. Count and keep the data recorded on a piece of paper up until the point where you have to bail, and then you would make a note of that time in the VOD. And then part 2 would be when you're up the next day after the stream's all finished and full of energy, you go back through the VOD and record the rest of the data and verify that it was what actually happened. But, I mean, all of this, having to state this in the first place is half the reason I've just completely put off ever doing it. Not ever, I do still want to do it. I genuinely don't know if I'll stream the serpent puzzle, serpent,
Completed. Technology recharge.
doesn't... I mean... I say that, right? I know I'm going to stream it, not because I want to show people the answer, because I need the VOD to be able to verify the data, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be a 30-hour event. Sitting there in the water, not moving, waiting for serpents to spawn. Because that's the test. Serpent spawns. Once you've done that for 30 hours, then you would have to go back in and just do laps of a area, the same area, ideally, back and forth, until the point where you were either happy to call it definitively a higher rate of serpents, or inconclusive, where the serpent count might seem the same.
Radiation damage detected.
Of course, if there's also the problem, if the moving serpent spawn is inconclusive or about the same as the still serpent spawn counter, you immediately have the fascinating problem where you would have to then go to the full same time that you tested on the control in order to even get a definitive yes or no. But that's not taking into account variability in the math of the spawner. We won't know the exact answer, we will just know the average. So if the averages of those two tests are the same, give or take outliers and variability, then that's the data. You would have completed the test and you would have your close to good enough answer of the serpent spawn timer. The only thing none of that really answers, though, is probably the question people are way more interested with than knowing about serpent spawners in Valheim, which is the conditions of the spawn, not the timing of the spawn. Because the timing of the spawn is inconsequential if you just never... Ooh, there's something I hadn't considered. If you never get in a boat and you never sail, the timer may or may not still actually exist. How does not sailing affect the spawn time? Radgar! Help! We might have to do a control test on land as well as a control test perfectly still in water. I genuinely, the more I actually think about what the test would require, the more I don't know if the serpent test is something that's gonna ever happen. The current assumption is that the serpent won't spawn unless you're nearby enough for it to spawn into the game world. On that assumption alone, the land test would have to be at a coastal area or just a massive overarching bridge across the water where you could sit over and observe. Do we have anything in here? Can we melt that down? What's nitrate turned back into sodium? Okay. Aromatic metal into nothing. Problem is that if we want to actually refine whatever it is we pick up, then we want the space to be empty too. Ferrite into magnetic ferrite. Might have to be the one we do. And then we need carbon first, don't we?
Every slot is suited. Codes in suit inventory. Technology recharge.
Oh.
Technology recharge. Inventory full. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Inventory full.
Power fading. There seems to be no setting specifically that says that my game will make my inventories button open my multi-tool, but for some reason my inventories button seems to only open my multi-tool. Tiny little place. Oh.
Technology repaired.
Thank you. What a marvelous thing. It freed up an inventory slot and also gave us an extra one. What a beautiful thing to run into, actually. Where's the... You know what? Move the save point over there. Slide her into the corner.
Technology recharge. Radiation protection falling.
We're indoors. What do you mean? Don't be silly.
Radiation protection falling. Life support power low.
Good evening, Navidu. Welcome in. I was gonna mod anything out of the game. Be the notification lady. Maybe I don't need to mod the game for that. Maybe all I need to do is go into the settings and actually just pay attention to turning those messages off. That is infuriatingly annoying. Auto? How is the planet harvesting going? We're doing much less planet harvesting as opposed to trying to run in a straight line. With mixed results, a little bit of success, a lot of distractions, and many, many wasted money. We actually could have got 1,000,000 credits on this planet. But I tried to game the system by making the creatures despawn. Basically, you start a wave defense thing when you want to get the eggs in question. So, I tried to spawn the eggs in, make the creatures appear, and then immediately run away until the creatures disappeared or lost interest. And my plan was to go back in and get the eggs. The only problem with that is apparently the eggs are pretty volatile to atmosphere and they deteriorate within about 30 seconds. So my entire plan backfired and I lost about 400,000 credits. I did get 200,000. We will triple our money. I could have multiplied it by 10 if I had just got all of the other eggs. Not done any tricky business trying to game the system. It's not like the animals are super dangerous. You just run in, you nick the eggs, you run out, and you just keep doing that. What do you call it? Run and gun? Run and get the stuff and get out? Ow. Put the copper in the shower. Reminds me of the grating voice of the GPS lady during your time in the service. Actually, that takes me back. I remember early on when I started streaming, there were many jokes had about the fact that I could be a GPS. That was basically it. It's like, oh, you remind me of GPS lady. So then the joke was that I would start doing like a GPS sound alert, but it was going to be completely nonsensical. Of course, back when those talks were happening about possible sound alerts and everything like that, I was playing I wasn't playing a ton more racing games, but I was playing them more consistently than I do now, which is once every fortnight when the community event says that I have to compete. It's sad, but unfortunate. Honestly, the fact alone that half of the racing games I do play just don't stream is infuriating. Untitled Chapter competition barely runs on my computer anymore because every time they update the game it runs worse. Let alone on programs like OBS, it just runs worse. When I first installed that game, I could run the game at Ultra with all of the settings and whistles and reflections enabled and everything looked beautiful. Now I can barely run a setup was a competition can barely be run at low settings with that AMD FSR setting enabled that just downscales your screen and then upscales it back to your resolution. Even with all of those things enabled, the game still runs a bit poopy. Bad. Seems like a lot of other racing games follow in kind. And I get that when it comes to running high-intensity physics calculations at speed, that you are going to run into issues with CPU limitations, which is 100% my problem. But it still sucks. GPS lady sound alert would actually be really neat if I could properly get back into... at least some racing games more occasionally than once a fortnight. What? What? Never got that far into the game due to getting lost in terms of how to progress. Honestly though, that to me is the appeal of the game. Knowing exactly what to do is boring. That's why I love the original release of the game so much. When the game first came out, there was nothing to do. And that, in and of itself, was an absolutely amazing mood. And yeah, I keep saying, and I say this to everyone, yeah, having nothing to do is a bad video game. But as far as a painting of infinite size and scale, a painting that admittedly would have been better if you shared with other people, more so than just staring at rock discovered by X person. It was, for me, a special moment in this game's life. Having nothing to do and an infinity of time and distance to do it in was amazing to me. Is that a building? There's two buildings. We'll try the top one first, shall we? Yeah, now when you play, knowing what to do, you get little pop-ups in the bottom right of your screen that always tell you. If it's not hints telling you how to play the game or what currently is happening to your character, then you have tutorials or actual build requirements like the advanced mining laser there. If it's not that, it's your current mission objective that you've got it selected. Not only that, you actually have like a mission objective system now. So if you're ever lost on what to do, you usually have at least one thing in that menu. They can be vague at times, I will admit. Even to this day, sometimes it's not perfect when you read a mission objective that says get to XL73Y and you just sit there going, oh, I can't find XL73Y on the map, so I guess I'll die. But to me, finishing the game is 100% not the reason I play No Man's Sky. I mean, if the current thing, if my, right now, if what I'm doing right now is not any perfect example of me playing No Man's Sky, I don't know what else would be. I abandoned my starship. I did not fix it. I left it all the way over there, and I walked on foot to a portal to go buy someone else's. Although, fascinatingly, if there is a way to portal between systems, I don't think there's a way to portal between an actual solar system. Unless it's your base. I don't know. I've not messed around too much with the base design and stuff. I'm genuinely not sure if there is a way to portal from a different solar system to your base on another solar system, but since I don't even have a base, we can deal with that later. Actually, what can I even build? Signal booster, communication station, save beacon, or a save point. Or a portable refiner. Determine the composition and transmission of messages to other travelers. Signal booster is a versatile scanner that detects nearby buildings, can decrypt navigation data to pinpoint specific locations. That could be useful, requires sodium. I'll have a look at this building over here first. GPS lady is a high-pitched grating voice that pretends to have emotion. What are they, vocoded or something silly? There used to be a fair few places and businesses that thought vocoding digital voices was the thing that would sell. To be fair, I genuinely think that was like a money-saving thing. Digital vocoded voices is just one person on a computer that makes the digital vocoder say the funny word. But, I mean, that, as opposed to paying a voice actor to say all of the actual words physically. Like, typing stuff out is quicker than speaking it, recording it, and then putting it into the software. Yeah, definitely, double down on that. If the software itself handles the vocoding process, then the only thing the engineers have to put in is text. They don't even need to have the voice lines recorded as audio files. And here we go. We found another one. Is there a save point here? Excuse me. There's a save point here. We can make absolute money here. What's the actual stack height of these things? 5 high, so 10 high in storage. Needs to go in there and we get ferrite dust out. Pure ferrite is the thing we need for one of those upgrades I just saw. Delete all of that up. Save. What are we taking out of cargo? Perhaps we take this out of cargo.
Radiation protection falling.
Okay, no way. I don't know why it stopped shooting. Is this like a weird burst thing? Definitely does a lot more damage. I just wish it was not... Like, I just want to hold it down. Okay, not all of them drop little eggs, I guess. Please give me the thing. Give me the thing. You walk through the building, that's kind of cheating. Really just wanted to keep shooting. That's just the worst thing ever invented.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
And if these guys can phase through buildings, there's not much point hiding inside. Although we seem to have survived the worst of it. Forced up at the wrong door. We're not getting rid of that at all. Alright. What did we do? 10 and 1. That's 770,000 units. You found a way to mute the voice? It's considered tampering with military equipment. Yeah, well. If you found a way to mute it, maybe you turn it down super quiet and while still tampering. You haven't broken anything. Bit of plausible deniability. Oh, I don't know. It just went really quiet. Who knows why it just went really quiet? Oh well. What were we going to upgrade? Do we even bother installing this? It's another wiring loom. So... I guess we can put that in there.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Discover something coded deep inside the long dead traveler's log. Something that has been to do a thing. What did we get? Nothing? Go away. We appear to have got nothing, but I will take the 700,000 credits as its own reward. Do you think that's actually it? You think it actually is over there? No, surely not. It would say less than an hour. It would tick over to less than an hour at least. We have bulb. Let's...
Radiation protection falling. Inventory full. Technology recharge.
It's empty, isn't it? And we're out of space, aren't we? Yes, we're getting rid of that for carbon. Must be blind, never noticed the guide tab last time we played. To be fair, they have been adding a ton of stuff. It might not have been there the last time you played. Last time I played was the Frontier update, and I definitely have a ton of new stuff since then.
Inventory full.
Another Gek relic. Can't complain.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Pure ferrite for something. I just don't remember what. Pure ferrite for that. we go down to this one? We can move the carbon tubes into the normal inventory if it means that we can get another stack of 10 eggs. But I don't think I'm ever going to be so lucky as to get a third infested base. I mean, as far as I know, it is completely random though, so... Although this isn't the base type I've seen with the destroyed tentacle here and everything, so probably not.
Life support power low.
It seems across the world. What makes these seams? Interesting. I wonder how the physical planets are actually generated. Because that is 100% a seam. Whether or not it's part of the design, roulette, or whether or not it's an unintentional artifact of moving between parts of the map you're not really meant to, usually.
Protection falling.
I love that you can just run off while that's happening. Ooh. is no way the portal is not over the other side of that hill. Yeah, the thing's moved too far. It's still over the horizon. You know what I think that seam of the world was? I think the seam of the world was the terrain generation and the base generation having a fight. It looks like the terrain would generate first and the bases get placed over the top, which is probably why you see them all on flat pieces of ground carved into the sides of hills, as opposed to, well, as opposed to the rest of what the terrain generation does, which is slant it with the rest of the terrain. That would make the buildings very awkward, especially if there's a staircase that's already going up a hill, if you then place it on a slant facing upwards. Stuff like this is insanely impressive to see. The scope of the world generation is honestly impressive. Sort of caverns and ravines that you would only ever dream about in another game. And the only part of this whole experience that I really do wish was that on planets with water, these ravines would actually be flowing with it. Would be absolutely amazing to see. Have anything else that needs an ion battery to recharge? That does. We'll use it for that then, shall we?
Inventory full. Radiation protection falling. Technology recharge.
Do you think we'll finally see a sub 1 hour timer when we get over this next hill? Look at that! We have minutes and seconds! We can count down the time left until we actually get off the planet. Assuming the doors aren't locked. I actually don't like the look of this place. This one looks sketchy. I don't know why. It just does. Figured as much that it would be a sentinel area. Oh, so it was sentinel technology. You're new. I don't know how much else they kick either. There's a save station here. What happens if you save, fight, and then die? Please cease from looking at me. You walked over to me! Why would you be suspicious of you walking over to me? That's dumb. So I'm assuming this looks like a machine mission. Take out the 3 nodes, you get access to something. I'm assuming that if you try to access that pedal in the middle, everyone's gonna get very angry very quickly and start doing a lot of shooting. So I don't really know if we had to get rid of anything, it's still going to be. Maybe we could put that over. Let's try. Worst case, we run away.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
Warning, boundary node exposed. Boundary archive status vulnerable. Manifesting personality protocol, voice of the hive. I run routine protocol. Prey, experiment, shell, sentinel. Once we had no need for the visual manifestation of physical form, our invisible eyes would record, sort, delete the life and death of everyone. The rules it wouldn't be. I had no thoughts and no main controls. I 700,000. Exchange, trade in. I don't even think I would, even if I could. I'm not sure why I can't. This one has no terrain modifier. Nor does it have an advanced mining laser. Yeah, even if I could, I don't know that's really worth it. Especially not for 700,000 when I'm saving up for a ship. Where did Big Boy go, by the way?
Don't drink and damn safe. Drink only water and milk. Else your bones will be weak. Like Skyrim. Water is hell is fucking bitch. You better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
Is that a bird? Is that a plane? No, it's just bored. Oh, that was giving me stuff. Hang on.
Radiation protection falling. Radiation protection falling.
So, good morning, Itchy. Thank you for the hydrate. I wish I had scrapped that plant before so that we knew what those other things are giving us. There is this looks. I don't think there's anything up here. Hard frame engine, anonymous material, complex mechanical unit was once the central combustion chamber at the heart of a sentinel hard frame. Still glows with the sinister red heat. Well, it's worth money. Most of these purple ones are worth money. If nothing else, getting to this portal should hopefully get us in touch with the trade nexus. How's the board doing? Well, normally when you start this game up, you go and repair your ship. Once your ship is repaired, you can fly across the galaxy in mere seconds. So obviously instead of doing that, I decided to run all the way over here on foot through a portal. I also killed a couple of infested, we had a couple of infested bases. We got some lava cores. Larval, not lava. As in the bug, the gross bug. We have 11, which totals out 770,000 credits profit. On top of the 100,000 we currently have as it stands. What are you?
Inventory full.
Fascinating. So I've been trying to micromanage my supplies and everything else. Because I don't have a lot of space, nor do I have a ship. My starship has tons of storage. Look at all of this storage. 3 spaces for cargo. All of the tech stuff could be moved into there. Then you have all of this space that could be used for general storage too. Well, it's 3 hours that way. So that'll be something we have to deal with later. Not now, of course. That would just be silly dealing with it now. I have to decide genuinely what we scrap, and I think the Vortex Cube is a trading commodity, but it's only worth 5,800. I mean, yeah, the spark canister's also worth 1,000, but I paid dirt cheap for those. I got them for 400 per. They're worth 1,000 each. So those canisters are something I want to keep because scrapping them immediately technically loses me 600 profit. Minus the cost as well. Yeah, you're just losing you pay 400, you lose 1,000. Not a good. Not scrapping them, that's the point. Medic Sue, we need to get a ship working if we ever run into someone else's dead ship. Maybe steal it.
Technology recharge.
And our cargo storage is already pretty full. The only thing we could take out would be the carbon tubing. Which again brings me to scrapping these vortex cubes. They're a quarter of the price of even the lowest priced purple item. The yellow stuff, pardon me, all of the yellow components here are used for crafting. So they're not really something we can scrap either. Do we have anything we can churn through? What if we put that in there, just to pick this up, find out what it is? Because worst case, if we don't want to keep it, we can scrap whatever we just picked up. It is worth 3,000. Is that even lower than the other thing? Extract components. Really? Oh my word. I really, for the life of me, wish that I could just put something in this container. Just super quickly, let me put something in there. I guess the Vortex cubes go. What did we even get? Nanites? Was that it? Was that all for nanites? These nanites cost us 11,000 units. Thank you very much, game. desperately want to make the bolt caster fully automatic. I don't know if there's a button for it or not though. Automatic process has been scrambled at the output of the channel. I can make out a few words, but the rest is lost in static. This could lead me to the overseer's workflow and bring the facility back online. Gas shield exosuit. Exosuit? Failed to access the electronic overseer's workflow. The installation remains offline. That was a puzzle, and I did not understand any of the words. Understood. Locked door. Atlas pass required. I assume that just means failed. Probably. Not sure if we're actually on an alarm system here, so maybe I scramble. Only one door and we failed. The only thing we had to get correct in there to gain access, I believe. The thudding noise that's here is fascinating. Makes me actually wonder what's in these places. I actually genuinely thought that was gonna call in like a sentinel squad on me. On track. 52:45, and it counts down in seconds at walking pace, so every time we sprint we are gaining speed. That knowledge alone makes it insane to think we've turned a 3-hour journey into a 5-hour one. The fact we've been sprinting and still haven't managed to get there in under the time it showed allotted on the screen when we started this journey is just bizarre. Or a testament to my ability to get distracted. Really.
Toxins detected.
51 minutes. Honestly, it's a good thing this game doesn't have eating and drinking. Imagine having to find a habitable food source. I mean, I've actually had quite a lot of food, technically speaking, in this run so far. But the food goes into your biohazard and life support. And I guess, at the core, you could say life support is the thing that is the food and drink. The biohazard shield is whatever else. Hazmat battery, I guess. Why would you make a hazmat suit that needs a battery? It's not a thing that happens, like, now, is it? Ah! I figured it out. You and jetpack seem to get you the fast jetpack. Is that it? Is that what causes the animation though? Let's have a look. That is definitely it. That is lightning fast. Wow. That's amazing. With that in mind, the jetpack becomes even better. It's already a way to keep sprinting when you want to recharge your sprint, so using it up one of these, I mean, you kind of slow down a little bit up one of these, but amazing. It might be better timing than what I'm pulling off too. Oh, wow, you have to be on the ground for your jetpack to recharge.
Suit power cells depleted. Technology recharge.
Ow. Ow, ow. We got smacked by a plant. Thankfully there's no plants nearby that can smack us, only that one we ran past. Thought someone else had mined that out for a second there. Can you not? Okay, that's not fair. The range of my scanner is so short and I didn't even see that. Now we do need a med station. God, that speed is so impressive, but why is my shield not recharging? I read a mineral formation? Hold on. I know inventory full, but can you open it please? I already have some.
Radiation protection falling.
You know what? Fine.
No free slots in suit inventory.
Come on. Come on. Oh, I don't have one of those. Okay, that's a problem. A new item. we doing? Is there a space here? Hmm. Crafted from chlorine and ammonia. Gives me 250 silver. Is silver valued higher?
Radiation protection falling.
Silver would have to be worth 1,000 for that to be worth it?
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Let's get rid of that. Let's put that back in storage, shall we, for now? Iridium could go in there. And I'm gonna mine the copper out. You know, once you get over the fact it's annoying and that it can't go away and that it keeps talking and telling you the same thing every 3 seconds, it's almost therapeutic. Almost. Almost therapeutic. You know, maybe I should look for a way to turn off this lady. Oxygen.
Technology recharge.
Rather large compound.
Radiation protection falling.
Well, that ion battery too.
Technology recharge.
Oh.
Received.
Right. Alarms blare, sounding out against my intrusion. The facility is remotely operated and no one responds to the klaxons. Cool. The terminal indicates the facility was undertaking a specialized piece of research. Arisam Yunyu? Ivek? Black? This is not a language I've run into before. Not Korvax? Is it Gek? Continue. Type a few commands into the terminal authorizing it to continue. There's a pause and a rumble. Fire belches from the hopper. Smoke seeps from the terminal keyboard. The entire system shuts down. Perhaps I should have shut it down. Korvax own the system I'm in, and we're very unhappy with that outcome, apparently. Landing at speed apparently also sucks. But still, landing at speed as opposed to just crashing into the ground. How's the stream holding up? I've not heard anyone complain. So I assume we're doing pretty okay. It's not a player.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oh! Where did I get Blue Boy?
Inventory full. Technology recharge. Radiation protection falling.
Ooh! I wonder if that works with this. A little. Doesn't seem to work as well as yeeting yourself with a regular jetpack, but...
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
The final half hour dawns near. Seems the speed of the jetpack definitely affects the rate at which it depletes.
No free slots in suit inventory.
Wonky bit of terrain. Where's the base? guitar song. Definitely hooks through the jetpack quicker. Oh. Can you hit things hard enough that you get resources out of them? That's kind of funny. It might actually be on that hill. How many in-game days has it been, do you think, since we started this? A week?
Technology recharge. You actually scared me for a second there, guy.
Launch of fire complete. New rewards available. Collect your rewards from the expedition page.
Radiation protection falling.
It'd be so nice to finally be rid of a lot of this stuff. It'll be so nice to be able to kiss goodbye to all of the stuff that we're only holding on to because of its value. Over the sub there. It's over another hill, isn't it? Oh, look, we're close enough. I'm not going to complain about one last hill. It's a little disheartening. Getting so close. Still having to climb another whole hill.
Radiation protection falling.
I'm glad I finally found out how to boost jump. Ooh. Those blue flowers are so much more valuable now. Dude, it's almost worth going out of your way to get one if you see it across the little ways. Big blue crystal.
Suit power cells depleted. Technology recharging.
Oh, this is so loud in this game. Hours, 14, 12, 5, minus settlement is 4 hours away. My ship, 3, my mark, 2. And this portal, 10. That's a pod. We're not going down for a pod.
Radiation protection. 4.
I'm so ready when we finally reach this place. It's just, I mean, I can't even get on a starship and just cruise to a different location because you have pirates that just constantly nag at you now, don't you? At the very least, I don't think I've ever left a planet's atmosphere without being nagged by a pirate. Maybe once you get rid of them, you're safe to cruise, but I don't know, I'd risk it. Flying from one ship to from one planet to another. Going and getting a cup of tea while I do so. Normally you would think, oh, it'd be peaceful. Just traveling among the stars with no one but yourself to keep you in company. even know if I'd say it's a bad thing, but the game definitely thinks it needs to keep your attention constantly.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Radiation protection falling. Life support power low.
Terminal velocity on these planets seems to be quite surprisingly low. stopped measuring in time and are now measuring the distance in units. Right. Auto. You activate it.
Inventory full.
Another get crag. Dreams of Sivak. Empower the glyphs to access the portal network. Oh, wow. Organic elements. Catalytic elements.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Copper, cadmium, emerald, indium, activated copper. Right, we need carbon, oxygen.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
So I don't have red. I need copper. And I need dihydrogen. Okay. You'll do.
Units received. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Now I need the copper and the dihydrogen.
in suit inventory. No free slots in suit inventory. No free slots in suit inventory. No free slots in suit inventory. Technology recharge.
Hmm. Me too. Okay.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
A word of wisdom.
No free slots in suit inventory. 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 Radiation protection falling.
Getting 68 copper should be enough, right?
Radiation protection falling. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
We did a H. There's no H nearby.
Radiation protection falling. Weather update. Storm clearing. No free slots in suit inventory.
31. I need 14 to finish off the one I currently have, and then I need another 40. That's 56-ish. This can always be turned into dihydrogen crystal stuff. How much is that? $83 should be more than enough.
Radiation protection falling. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Traveler detected. Fracture repair engaged. A warm dull ache spreads across my mind as I approach the portal. Blink as I try to focus, but all this does is inflame the red glow behind my eyes. Whatever I do here, I should do it quickly. Okay. See, the stone of the portal is immovable muted silver, yet something lurks beneath. It is grey and yet not grey, a crimson calling out from somewhere below its cool surface. I feel as if I can... What is that on its address? Oh. That. How do you get the glyphs? Why am I not able to get the glyphs? And the sequence. There are all the glyphs. How do I get them though?
Radiation protection stabilizing.
Oh. How nice of the portal thingy to give me a bit of shade. Save beacon. And Evans base. I do not know how to get these symbols. Fascinating system. The fact that that is a portal mechanic that even works, I just kind of thought portals were like you would open the portal and then it would be like a list, like, oh, I just want to go here. Like mail. To and a from address, but that's like an actual decryption thing. Like, well, it is simply just a pass key, but fascinating. Let's have a look at Kipast Volant base.
Free slots in suit inventory.
Save beacon, and maybe they have their own portal. I also understand why there was only one portal on the planet now, because that was no ordinary portal. Solar panel generating nothing. Batteries storing. This is fascinating.
Radiation protection stabilizing.
Acid protection unit. 10 ferrite dust required. First aid. Okay, now this is actually theft. Furnace empty biofuel reactor.
Technology recharge.
That's a generator. Okay, I just gave him all of my energy. That's fine. I don't actually mind. Pay a little bit of tax to get ourselves access to the system, shall we? It's purely decorative. No wiring. Observation room, I take it. Was still plants. Oh. They're running. Okay. Galactic trade terminal in his base.
No free slots
In
in
ship.
inventory.
Yeah, I know. Now there is.
Product received.
Thank you. 68,000 from the wheat.
Units received.
They're not gonna buy a. Oh, I got rid of the vortex cube. What else can we sell? 9 of these.
Units received.
The rocks is a plus 4% value. Get nip down, projectile ammunition down, larval core down, but yeah, that 5% hurts us. That's almost another $100,000. All of the purples are down. We can get another 280,000 from chromatic. I'm only going to sell them a little bit of chromatic for a little bit of money.
Units received.
Gold is down 14%. Magnetized ferrite is up 3%.
Units received.
Salvage data down 1%. 1% of 1,500,000 credits is actually quite a lot. Navigation data is dirt cheap here, apparently. Cool. What else can we store over there? Like that. Good. Huh. Right. Well. This is awkward. Unable to download base. Okay. Trade post. Warp to trade post in Gravitino Farm. Reached my starship? Wait. Does that just happen? Hang on. Portal adjacent. Isn't that where we just were? So I think it needs to be... I'll warp again, because out of curiosity, I want to know if I got super lucky, or if warping brings your starship with you even when it's broken. It's kind of hilarious, actually, if where's his base? Did he build underground? Hipster Evans base. It's Hipster Lepoilan. 21 hours. What? Yeah, no, there's no way. That? 21 hours away. This warps our ship to us. What a absolutely bizarre quirk of the game, that you can find a teleporter and get your ship back. Purely because the only way to move a dead ship is by portaling yourself somewhere else. Although, regarding this guy's base, I don't know what he did. He seemingly buggered something up, I guess. Or he's built underground and the portal jumps you onto the surface. What an adventure! An absolute adventure. I guess. Ooh. Something happened. I guess we have everything we need to repair the ship up too. Kinda wanna see if I can get into the oh, why are we looking up? Atlas connection sabotaged? The ship seems to recognize me, but something is wrong. The damage of the core components is not consistent with the crash impact. Someone has deliberately tampered with the vessel. If your presence in this galaxy is unappreciated, traveler anomaly. We are watching and we are dangerous. Do not repair this ship. Do not pursue us. Thanks. As I attempt to probe the source of the message, it self-destructs. The only clue is the signature of the message, which came from the Blight. I have no memory of provoking this animosity, but the tone suggests this is the work of interstellar pirates. I should repair this ship and investigate further. This guy has to have a door into his base somewhere, right? Or do you think he built the base, the portal and everything, and then repaired the ground and filled it in? Like dug out the ground, placed the objects, and then filled the ground back? To have a system where it's quite actually a one-way trip would be an interesting thing if that's the intent. Technology module. Well, we have our ship. At the end of everything, we have our ship. Let us move some stuff to the starship high capacity bay. Apparently the starship high capacity bay is already full. High capacity does not get more high capacity when you're on a starship, apparently. Sadly. We can move this back. That can just go on the starship, same with that.
Component repaired.
Ah, we did get rid of some of the stuff we needed, apparently.
Technology recharge.
So... hydrogen and ferrite. We actually need to go scavenging. Hydrogen? Sorry. No, that's ferrite. And we got a dihydrogen. Wow. Okay. Thank you, Loot RNG. While that churns over, I'm gonna go get myself a cup of tea. Awkwardly seems like it's gonna take a minute too, but it will take longer than that thing will. Nonetheless, I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
nesting season, the parents are busy providing food. A brood usually consists of 3 or 4 young. Feathers appear as it grows older, but the brightly colored feathers do not appear until the 2nd year. The parent birds often bring rabbits or squirrels to the nest. But when food is scarce, they may attack other birds. A case of hawk eat hawk. These young red-tails are nearly full grown, and they are learning to fly.
Here are male redwings feeding together in Florida, where they go for the winter. There's not a single female in this flock. The males arrive long before the females. Early in spring, the redwings return to the northern marshes where they raise their young. These flocks are a familiar sight during March and early April in most of the northern states and Canada. When the females arrive 2 or 3 weeks later, Each decides which territory or which male she wants for the summer. Females are easily distinguished from males by their straight plumage and by their dull shoulders. Females do not sing like the males, though they have a number of sharp call notes. When the males arrive on their nesting ground, the flocks scatter, and each male selects a small territory in the marsh. He drives the other males away and sings and displays his scarlet epaulets.
One subject that we haven't touched on yet, and it's one that you're supposed to be quite famous for.
You wouldn't mean birds, would you?
I would mean birds.
it's the herring gull. This is the first cousin of the herring gull. They're very friendly birds. They're scavengers. They help to keep our waters clean. And they follow ships for the food that sailors or passengers throw. Adult birds are the ones with the white heads and white tails. Takes these gulls about 3 years to get their grown-up suit of clothes. The young ones are brown and mottled. They gather in groups and look each other over, and one male drives off another. But finally, after having considered the matter duly, they begin to pair off. You wouldn't mean birds, would you?
I would mean birds. You haven't had anything interesting to tell us about birds?
Hello. A bit longer of a wait than I was expecting, but ended up doing a bit more than just grabbing myself a cup of tea. Welcome in, Solar. Solar or Solar Spot? I'm glad you like the music, actually. And that statement in and of itself has made me realize that I haven't ever actually set up a proper shout out or credit like I want other people to go get this music. I love it. I think the soundtrack is amazing and the game it comes from I think is even better. Let me grab the store page link. Because while the game isn't anything blockbuster, it's absolutely a great buy. You can get the OSTs for sale separately. And the game itself, genuinely, yeah, it's a skate game, so I'm not going to say buy it if you don't like, if you vehemently do not like skate games or combo games. This is not going to be anything different than, you know, it is what it's selling, but I think it does an amazing job at what it is trying to sell, which is putting tiny little birds on tiny little skateboards and giving you giant skate parks to skate around in. They're apparently working on a new map too soon, so we'll have a bit more content to actually go through. I definitely think I'll be spending some time streaming that when it releases. I owe that game so much more love than I currently give it. If only for the fact that I basically religiously rely on the soundtrack for my AFK and startup screens. Weather update, storm clearing.
Incoming storm.
Weather update, storm approaching. But I spent a bit of my time out there, not just getting a cup of tea. I made 3 pieces of toast. I toasted some Easter buns. Also got myself a cup of soup and refilled up 2 of my water bottles. Phone closed out stream when you hit the link. Well, the link is to the game. That link is in its entirety something I owe a lot more credit than I usually than I have been giving them.
Component prepared.
It's plant soup. Cream of mushroom is what it's called. Mushroom flavored soup, I suppose. Need a bit more carbon because this thing is not going to process enough ferro, I don't think.
Radiation protection.
But no, the Skatebird is releasing a new level sometime soon, which I'm really looking forward to.
Technology recharge. Component prepared.
And it's done. That's a different milestone. That sounds so tinny. I hate it. Hmm? Black market modification to the exosuit movement systems. Potential improvements include jetpack tank capacity. Okay. That's full. What are we doing in the game? You've actually just missed out on me spending 3 to 4 hours walking in the opposite direction of the ship I just reached. We went all the way over to... Where is it? Must be this one. We went all the way over to Kithas Wolan, which is a base that was placed next to a portal. We walked there on foot. And the thing I was expecting to find was a portal to a space station out on the system somewhere. What I wasn't expecting to find was a portal that required a simple key code to be able to find any other planet. On top of that, well, the base didn't have that awkward portal. The key code portal was just there next to it. We went to the base instead, which had a regular portal, which took us all the way over here to where we just took off from. The thing that I wasn't expecting to happen was once we jumped through the portal to the new spot, I was not expecting my broken ship, which I wasn't able to call the ship this entire time. Not once was I able to summon it because the thruster pack was broken. I passed by so many spots where I could have summoned it and it just didn't let me. Once I used the portal, it magically appeared, so I didn't have to summon it. Sort of solved the problem for me of what to do once we got to the portal, I suppose. Really bad timer. Maybe just hadn't accounted for outer atmosphere travel speed. Covered by Hello Games. Right. So far away. Even my animal? They're on the same planet. This is just ridiculous that it's taking so long. It's absurd. It's gonna take 6 minutes at this speed. Maybe we just go out properly into the space. We point ourselves down at the location we want to land at. Still over the horizon? We'll go to that base, shall we? Why are we going there? That's close by. I'm sure we can do the trip way shorter in a starship than we can on foot. That's better. Right where I left them. Look at that. I'm upset. I'm actually a little upset.
Radiation protection falling.
Alright. What's next on our to-do list? I can't believe we wasted one. How do we get rid of you? That was easy. Now. Don't really know. I mean, don't really know if it's worth it is the wrong sentence, because the upgraded gun on its own is worth it. So, gold nugget. Process ore into usable materials. 30 gold. Maybe we move some of this stuff over here. Even if we find more, it might just be good to have it out of my inventory. It's a bit better. New technology discovered. Paralysis mortar. Non-violent projectile weapon. Launch projectiles. Will incapacitate nearby targets with a burst of electrical energy. Effective against both biological and electronic enemies. Charged with unstable plasma. Unstable plasma made with 50 oxygen and metal plating. Multi-tool expansion slot. Flexible upgrade circuit compatible with all person multi-tools. This module can be wired into a multi-tool at a space station multi-tool upgrade pack, granting the user more space in the multi-tool's internal layout and to add further upgrades or technology specializations. Right.
Technology installed.
Is there hydrogen jelly somewhere here? Oh, remember moving, but it feels like we're in a different spot.
Radiation protection falling.
The crystals were just over there. The dihydrogen I thought was just over there. Oh well, we have some.
recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Cool. Travel to a blue star system. This planet is so massive. Base was floating. Oh, too late. I realize I'm doing the same thing again. Again and again and again. Reset the clock. I loop in time for several days. An automated process eventually rescues me. Wrong answer? Seemed topical. How have I completely lost the ruins we were chasing? They're blue.
Protection falling. Technology recharge.
Venom, sack venom.
Shield down.
Just don't move for a bit. How far away? You can measure it in less than 5 minutes walk. What time is it? It's midday. Good lord. I just noticed I have 2 pings. Let me make sure I'm not missing out on anything important. I like how I think I've walked more on this planet alone than in any other save file on this game combined to date.
protection stabilizing.
It's buried.
Technology recharging.
Another key. Need 3. Interesting. There, I can see again.
Technology recharge.
Hey.
Technology repaired.
Romantic archives. Okay.
Inventory full.
messed it up by latching. Like, this is just doing me no good. Another key. There's one there. Got it. Oh. I got a lot of something from all of that.
Technology recharge. Radiation protection falling.
Oh, you can summon your ship from the quick menu, of course.
Suit power cells depleted. Technology recharge.
Are we not in a blue star system? Is it a blue star system? That's a blue star. No? Three keys. Why am I only allowed to... Oh. Only allowed to do 25 because that's the stack of glass. Understood. Have I been summoned out of... I thought I got summoned out by pirates. No. want to increase field of view. Oh, I want to decrease field of view. Flight back to 90. On foot, field of view seems fine.
No free stocks in ship inventory.
Maybe we can increase that a little. Wait, 100 is the max? How did I have them set to 130? I know, I'm being a bit tedious. These people. These are people. Who are you? Oh. Okay. I learned my lesson. I think I phased the human out of existence. No, let's not think about that. They're fine. Approximately 245 years old. The paper is crumbling, the ink is fading. This may be the final opportunity anyone has to read the manuscript before time claims it. Good. was about to ask, am I the right height? Yeah, I'm definitely the right height. How much for the droid? Painted metal? What kind of currency is that? It's got a lot of fancy stuff on it. I might have the fancier upgrades, but... Ooh, for a slot C multi-tool? The only downside is the pure stats. Scanner range, damage potential. We want something that can kick ass and can scan a long way away, no matter how many magical slots it has. We can expand our current multi-tool by 5 slots. 1, 2, 3. Apparently there's 2 extra rows down here we don't have access to. Interesting. Well, we don't need the extra space, so... It's small tracks. Kovacs entity Temeskivini Zeman Kisblobrigninog Abazara. Technology merchant Risk offers installable starship upgrades in exchange for nanite clusters. These are all lovely, but also, have you considered... No, I'm not interested. Subtopsel Eshavov. Ibelentity Zaman Nanite Nuduino. Kovacs Pushmaitas Kitlev Volka Obluchi. Melt ship into scrap. Kinda need it though. Rotate camera. Oh, there we go. I don't know where you came from, little gek guy, but you look kind of similar to my last one I made. Unless this is the last one I made. Stop moving back. Face shape. Oh. I like that one. Oh no. Why? Why are they all like this? I clicked the wrong button. I still like that one. Da, da, da. Oh no, superhero underwear. Oh. How do you get these? That's cool. Why am I race S? There we go. The new guys all fancy. How long did that take? Did we beat within an hour? You seem important and you have a terminal in front of you, so... Great. There was a big keen over there. I got nothing. What a ripoff. Prefect Gwenin. Ooh, like a bounty mission system. They pay well. Photographer. Photographic entity hidden pock Bennington snap as she. Het jeb snille mikkeliku. Abspidel for ul ni borobisko. Vintni itjas napetust for unk.
No free slots in suit inventory. Product received.
What am I buying these with? Are they just free? So confused. Perhaps the spark canisters has come back up a little bit.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
I don't really know what I should or shouldn't sell.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
Geck. Learns the Geck word for trade. And you just keep asking the same person how to speak the language. Okay. Restore point saved. Right. Well. I think that's a good spot to end it. Also because I'm kind of tired. We will travel and visit a blue star system. Maybe sometime later today. I just need a quick break from the screen, to be quite honest. I need to stop slouching. I need to stop leaning terribly in my chair. I need to get some rest, walk around, exercise, make sure I'm not actually going to become... Point being, I think I have had my fair share of fun. We have a ton of discoveries. Upload all? You can't rename them once you upload them, can you? There's one animal on the planet. We were on Ish 77R6. We have found 12 plants, all fauna, 15 minerals, and 16 different waypoints. Discovered 1 week ago by Hello Games. We discovered 16 waypoints. There's only 6 there. Dominant life form Korvax. Conflict level. Peaceful. I like that name. Yes, marshy room. We managed to sneak 2 out of the 4 types of mushrooms on the planet. Would have made them all rooms, but this'll do for now. It's a rock. We found one. How did no one find this? This is everywhere. Keeping that name. Stalactite. No, they're right. It's a light. Stalactites grow down from the ceiling. Lights grow up. Auto register completion. Scan it darkly. So if you collect all the fauna, then you get paid? I think that's a good spot to end it. We can go see a blue star system sometime later, either today or what I should be doing is grinding Deep Rock and playing this after. But whatever happens. The expedition stuff is interesting because it seems to entirely get rid of the entire AI population of spacefaring aliens, which is curious to me. One of the things maybe I've just not played the game in a while, but one of the things I remember was that when you went to one of these space stations, you could always basically immediately offer to trade up your ship or it was a swap back then, but I suppose now you can add to your collection. Still, even then, it's curious to me that either there are no I don't know. I want to go back to my proper run, but I wanted to try the expedition thing because I don't know if we get another one. Once this one runs out, I'm not actually sure what that means. There's 4 weeks left of this too. So it gives us a fairly decent set of events. Sort of. You have Deep Rock, which, yes, I keep saying yes, Deep Rock, but I really genuinely do want the loot bug thing, even though I know it'll be there later on. Yeah, we'll deal with that, cross that bridge when we come to it, shall we? That all aside, we are in the last couple of days of Deep Rock, and I feel like after that, if we need a way to move from Deep Rock to something else, having 4 weeks left of the expedition here in No Man's Sky is definitely a good one to move on to. By the time we're done with the expedition in No Man's Sky, we'll have concluded the vote for what game we're going to actually dedicate ourselves to beating, or properly trying to beat. I do want to put fine print because I need at least like 2 vetoes out of that collection of games because some of them might just take forever. So we'll see what happens. If you're here and you don't have a subscription, you will need the paid message. That's the wrong way around. Why do I do that every time? If you're here and you have a subscription, you can use the paid message. If you're here and you don't have a subscription, or you just prefer it like I do, then there's the raid message. Also, sales pitch. I need to sell myself a little bit here. The emotes are actually redeemable with Chowder points. Super cheap if you want to just pretend you have the paid emote. Anyway,